working. Hi. Hello. Just a second. Just setting things up. How are you? How was your weekend? My weekend was good. Why is this one? Alright. So okay. Hello. Hi. Hi. Ooh, so many likes. Hello. Hi. I like your dress. It looks nice. Thank you. Hello everyone. Hi. Like, subscribe, join membership. How's everybody? Can you hear me? I don't have to use the microphone, right? You could hear me? How's everybody? Hope you're doing well. Okay, I'm gonna practice. I have to gonna try to maybe learn a little bit of the fantasy impromptu. Today, okay. Flash. Hey, hello. Hello, everyone. Returning viewers and new viewers. Hello. Hi, hi. Cool, 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 cool. Hello, everyone. Hey, Silver Wolf. How come? How come no sheeps? Oh, yeah. Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf. Sheeps. Happy Tuesday. All right. Let's see. Thank you, as always. Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. Like, subscribe to membership. Yeah. Oh. Hello. Hi, hi. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Hello, Eleazar. Hello. Hi, hi. Thank you. Ha 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 ha. Hobbitses. Yeah. Hobbitses. That is only 1/4 of her ability. She's holding back. Like, big time holding back. Yeah, Silverwolf. Thanks. Thanks, thanks, thanks. Hello. Thank you very much for the music, United States of America. Me too. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Hey, Madge. Eleazar, Silverwolf, Flash, and RC is here. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Very nice. Hello. Hi, hi. Just, okay. Thank you, thank you. Guys, I just discovered why Chopin is popular. Yeah. Hey Jumpy! Hello, hi. Hello everyone, hey, like, subscribe to our membership. Hi Jumpy! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. Cool, cool. This is how you learn how to play piano? By watching my channel? Well, hold on. recoveries, everybody. Yeah. Today is the 18th. 818. Okay. You might be curious as to what I'm writing down. I've always had these research findings that just kind of stayed in my head. Oh, is that Gigi? Did you change your handle? No. Well, cool. Like, subscribe to my membership. Yeah. I've always had these research findings in my head, stuck in my head. It's been stuck in my head for my whole lifetime, really. But I always felt these ever since I was young, like really young. So, yeah. So it's just kind of like all stuck in my head. So I'm just trying to jot them down on a piece of paper. But and then when I started learning more music and piano, and the more I got closer to the truth, I was able to organize, and it validated what I felt then to be true. So then all those things, kind of, yeah. Anyway, it's just writing things down. Let's see. Somebody asked me if I know Brian Cox, and back then I didn't say yes, because I didn't know him. I said I don't know, but somebody compared me to Brian Cox, and I think I understand why. Although, yeah. Hello everyone, hi, like, subscribe to our membership. Yeah, somebody asked me, I usually don't respond to do you know this person, do you know that person, unless I know them personally, or unless I'm a big fan, or unless it's it's worth replying to. I usually don't respond to do you know this person, do you know that person. But yeah, so someone who asked me if I know Brian Cox, and then I remind you of Brian Cox. Yeah, I know him now, and thanks. You mean Brian Cox, the astrophysicist? Yeah. Somebody mentioned yes, Brian Cox, the astrophysicist to me, and back then I didn't know. Yeah. And then I just said I know only like I've only heard of like Stephen Hawking's and that's it. But then or like Einstein or like what's that one guy who like the mathematicians and stuff. You know. Just your generic, just your average generic people. But yeah, so I've recently found out about the astrophysicist Brian Cox. People kind of asked me because they said I remind them of Brian Cox, and I was like, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. People said that I sound like Brian Cox because I explain very hard concepts, kind of like the way he does. Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I didn't know. But yeah. I guess one of these days I could explain you some harder concepts in this live stream too. I guess I'll give you like a little sampler of the harder concepts. Most people think that music, piano is not rocket science. They're wrong. Music is absolutely rocket science at its finest. Not at every level, obviously, but the level that I am at, we are rocket scientists. The good news is, you don't have to worry about like, talking to ultra smart musicians. There's very few of us in the world. Most musicians, even professional concert pianists, and even professors, and even most musicians believe that music is emotions. They equate music to emotions. Yeah, of course, they are aware of music theory, but they don't believe that music theory or extensive knowledge of music theory is necessary to express emotions. But then you get past that level to the highest level. And then music theory versus music doesn't even become an issue. It's more of, it becomes so good news is there's very few of us in the entire world. I'm probably one of 1 billion. I'm probably one of 1 billion. Not 1 in a million, but I'm probably 1 in a billion. Where I could give you concrete examples of why, Anyway, intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim, and I've always known it my whole life. It wasn't like somebody told me anything. No, it was just like a lifelong research that I've been doing. And I've come to the conclusion, intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim, I've come to the conclusion that yes, music is rocket science at its best. But once again, whenever, so you know how when Newton says gravity pulls you down, right? And that's actually, even now generally, that's the gravity that we all believe in, right? I mean, Newton's gravitational law, whatever, is the one that we still believe in, even though Einstein has, back in 1905 and 1960, it's been 100 years since Einstein said gravity is an illusion, right? So, even after all that time, we still are stuck in the idea that the earth is pulling us down, and that, because, like that. In long story short, like after I say this, it's gonna take at least 100 years for people to understand what I was talking about. So I don't expect people to meet me with a lot of like, ooh, that's great, I don't expect that at all. Every time, I say the truth of what it actually is, my research finding, there's always, a lot of opposition because, to face it, like Newton's gravitational knowledge just stuck with me, right? And Einstein's, outlook on gravity, as gravity as illusion, never stuck with us, right? So now we're still believing that the earth is pulling us, because, of the gravitational force and all that stuff, but gravity is not actually a force, right? So then, like for something like that, right? But that's like scientific, right? But people don't even believe that music is science, right? So I'm literally like 1 in 1 billion who knows the truth that music is science. And not only that, but music, so I won't get into that, but yeah, I'm gonna be the first one ever to say this, that music is rocket science. And so I'm already a legend, but my name will be etched in history, because when the truth gets out, people are gonna find out that I'm the first one to have said what I said. And in any case, that's why my channel is called The World of Chkpiano, because my world, is filled with truths that no one wants to recognize as truths. Well, in any case, but I don't. Music is not what everyone thinks music is, and do you know the reason why there's solid proof that everybody doesn't know music? It's because the inconsistencies. See, this person says you should play like this person says you should play like this person says this is a correct emotion, this person says this is correct emotion, and everybody just kind of grew to accept that music is all, all chaotic and, disorganized, and it's just artsy fartsy and just emotions, and anybody has a say so in music, and it's just become complete it's become worthless. The term music, the term artist, the term art, all of this has become worthless. It's lost its true value because the truth is not in it. But once you insert the truth back into the music, then music value becomes exponentially valuable. Music, and another thing is, like, a lot of people think, there's a lot of misconceptions, misunderstanding about music, and music isn't valuable depending on who plays it, how much it earns, how popular it is. No, the music does not have a value. Music has a value based on the truth of the music, right? So I always say, music, you could judge a music by the standards of music, but who knows the standards of music? Hardly anyone. So music has lost its value. Music has become a little, thing of, like, frivolous, worthless kind of novelty type of, kind of like, dopamine. It makes me feel good, helps make me feel good. It's lost its value over time, and it's now dependent on people's awareness. It's now dependent on people's, how likable is it? It's all become relative. But guess what? Truth is always absolute, and there's actually an absolute truth when it comes to music. And so, up until this time, but here's the thing, right? So the recent discovery that shocked me was, I always thought, because I play according to the truth, and the greats knew it, right? So the reason why I was scouted by the world's best, and in terms of, like, auditioning for teachers, I've only auditioned for one teacher, and after that, I was just scouted one after another. It was just like a segue. I never had to worry about, am I going to be accepted into this studio of this specific teacher? That never happened to me. So then the reason why the world's best legendary historic legends who wrote history books and are coming out do come out in history books, write history books. The historic legends, the reason why I was scouted by them and I was regarded as their career top 5 in their entire career. Some of these world's best have said to me that in their entire career, they have never met anybody like me. I'm one of a kind to them. And, not just one of them, but multiples of them. So the reason why the historic legends have recognized me as top, above, they even put me above a lot more famous people. So their standards were not based on fame, based on, whatever. Their standards were based on the truth of the music, because they knew the truth. So then, anyway, so the reason why I got recognized by the world's best is because I have the truth. I know the truth. But then now I came to a higher level of understanding so that I know why the truth is the truth. And so beyond, I can't even, like, go back and return to, like, our civilization. I can't even do that. It's just, I've gone too far beyond and I've seen it all, so that I can't go back to the way things are. So basically what I'm trying to say is music is rocket science, and and you could tell, and the key to it is key to it is not asserting that it's rocket science, but the key to it is that you understand how it's played out at every single piece that you play. And that's something that I could see at first glance now, because I've gotten so used to it, because it's been my lifelong research. Anyway, intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. But yeah, so Brian Cox, when I was explaining certain things, they said, "Oh, Dr. Kim, do you know Brian Cox?" And I said, "No," but they said, "Oh, you sound like Brian Cox." Oh, okay. I didn't know, but I did search him online, and I guess I do sound like him, but except he's never probably had to deal with, all the oppositions that a young minority female had to go through. And even, and a musician, the whole stigma, because music has become such a worthless thing, because everybody wants to be somebody, right? And if an area opens that door and says, yeah, we have no standards, everybody could be a musician, everybody could be an artist, well, then suddenly it becomes worthless. That's what they don't understand. They think that, so these majority of the musicians who are there for the feel-good aspect, or easy spotlight, or whatever it is, whatever underlying motive it is, besides finding out the truth about music, right? Because if their motive was to find out the truth about music, which my motive always was ever since I was born, but if that was the goal, then they would have reached it, right? All these people, but they never reached it because they don't know that conclusion. It is safe to, in the court of law, right? Mens rea is measured in actions, right? I mean, how do you really test mens rea, right? In the court of law, right? Then the way you could test mens rea is by the course of the actions one takes. And if you examine the path that one takes, and it is all about, anything other than finding the core of the music or whatever it is, then it's safe to assume that your goal was never about the music. It was about what music could do for you, where music could take you socially, or where, what it could do for you financially. If it was never about really finding out the truth of music, the core of music, and they never know it, right? With all this time that has passed, then it is safe to assume that that wasn't the goal. And that somewhere along the way, even if it was the goal, somewhere along the way, you ended up at where it made you comfortable and you didn't search for it, right? So in any case, enough about mens rea and music being rocket science. I'm going to play. Hello, everyone. Hi, like, subscribe, join membership. Oh, my point was that people said that I was like Brian Cox, and I was like, okay, now I know. Yeah, it's rocket science. That's right, RCA. That's right. Thank you. That's right. Cool. Yes, cool. All right. Well, cool. All right. Well, yeah. haven't practiced in days. Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, Monday did not practice. And I have not practiced this piece. So I'm gonna yeah, and another thing is, I try I try to live my life as if it was my last day. Every single day I try to live my life as if it's the last day. So, without any feelings or emotions, kind of removed from this, I think, I didn't understand why people didn't understand what I was saying. I was like, sure. Everyone's intelligence level is different, right? So assuming that not everyone is at the same intelligence level, and, even then though, right, when you speak in just plain simple English, right, as plain as possible, right? So, when I word things and when I explain things, it's always in very plain English, right? Because was it Einstein who said if you can't explain it to a grade schooler, you don't know it, or you don't know enough about it, or something like that, right? Somebody said that. So I always try to make my words very plain, very simple as possible, as simple as possible, as easy to understand as possible. So then I always wondered, right? So I would be repeating, whatever I said, right? And it would just be like, for some people, right? Actually, for most people, it would be like they didn't get it, right? It's like you didn't understand. It's because I realized they were looking at me as a human being. So their perception of everything that they see or hear about me is because they're looking at me as a human being, as a fellow human being. And that never occurred to me because I don't consider myself a human being. Although I am, I have human needs, I have completely human being. But I always considered myself as someone who's supposed to complete a mission on Earth. Like I had a mission to fulfill, right? So I have this message to get across the entire world. And I always thought of myself as someone who's just a vessel, right? Kind of like, not, I wasn't diminishing my value or increasing my value in any way, but I just see myself as having an extensive to-do list, And so for me, it just didn't make any sense why people would never listen to anything I say. But they would believe what they want to believe, or they would believe what they believe they see, or what they believe they're seeing. So it's like I never understood why, ever. And I think it kind of dawned on me, like now, like, oh, you're looking at me as a fellow human being, and potentially you're looking at me as someone who has more than the average human being. And so the way you hear me talk, or maybe, less than the average human being, who knows, whatever however you see me as a fellow human being, it maybe puts me at a competition with everybody else. So when they hear me talk, they never understand me. It's like I could be explaining the truth of music to you and all that stuff, but all you see is, oh, her hair is shorter than usual, or she put her hair up, or like, I don't know what it is, but people would see me and they would never listen to me. It's always been the case. And I always try to explain these concepts or whatever, concept that I'm trying to say, because I never waste my words, right? I don't like talking very much. So whenever I do talk, it always has a purpose and a meaning. And so, I'll be explaining something, right? Or like I'll be explaining, this and that and that. And it's absolutely crucial that you take my word verbatim, because they're carefully worded to be taken verbatim. But I think most people just kind of look at me like a human being. Like my words don't matter any more than theirs. My opinions don't matter any more than theirs, or whatever their value system is. It's like they plug me into their value system. Like I told you, right? Like recently, I've known this person for like close to 10 years, I think. And, I've been very consistent, meant everything I said. And I thought she kind of understood me. But it turns out she completely didn't understand what I was doing on YouTube. Like I explained this to her and I thought she would understand me better than anybody else. But it turns out she absolutely didn't. So then, I was just thinking like, how come people around me never understand anything I say? It's because it isn't because I wasn't being nice or not nice. It's just, these are just facts, right? Like, oh, okay, Chopin did this or da da da. Or they asked me a question, what are you doing on YouTube? Like, what are you doing? Like, I only show, a very small portion of what I'm capable of doing. I've always said that, right? And it's like, nobody remembers that. Nobody, and I put the link down here. Nobody cares to look at it's just they're so fixated when but the thing is, I guess my energy is addictive or something, is people get very fixated and obsessed with what's going on in my life, and they're obsessed with me and they're obsessed with competing against me, secretly or openly, whatever. But they never understand me, and they never really look at like the facts. Or it's like, yes, they see me and they're obsessed, but they don't see me and they don't hear me. It's the weirdest thing ever. And I never understood that because I always see people for who they are. I'm the complete opposite of the whole delusions and illusions and all that stuff. So never really understood that. But I think I'm kind of understanding, maybe it's because, people see me as a human being. But I don't see myself as necessarily a human being. I'm just here on a mission to make humanity great, help make humanity great. And so I've had a lot of abusers, betrayers, users, all sorts of things, life happens to everybody, right? And anyway, so, but in the meantime, I'd be saying like, this is a truth about music, this is a truth about this is a truth about that, this is how you do this is how you do that. And, and I've worked hard for a non-human reason. My whole life was dedicated to a non-human reason, and to people who actually could hear me play and they could recognize the things that I'm doing. They think I'm not human. So it's really weird that people just see me as like a human being, to like ignore the words, ignore the context, they just, forget about that, but then still obsess over me. It's just really weird. There's a saying, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer, right? And I understand that, right? But I don't keep anybody close. But anyway, it's just really, really weird. Anybody experience that? Where like people are obsessed with you, but they don't care what you say. They don't care about your life. They don't care what you say. They just don't care about you, but they're just obsessed with you. But I don't know, right? So it's like, and then like you think somebody knows you, right? And then they'll say something completely outlandish, and I'm like, what gave you that idea? Like, you don't know me after all these years. And so like, you know, it's like whether they're faking it or to get access to me, or you know, like what it's just really weird. Anyway, yes, the reality of things, music has truth. Once you take that away, but once something has truth, right? Not everyone has access to that truth. But music has become like a field, or arts has become like a field where everybody has access to it. Everybody could, you know, everybody feels accomplished in, you know, music, whatever. I don't care about students. I really support students who are learning, you know. But I'm talking about, what I'm talking about is people who have like careers in music, and they're like, you know, some of these are like globally, you know, recognized figures, right? And they have no knowledge of music theory. Like, no knowledge of music theory. Like, it's like, it's really weird. But, and yet, you know, they're musicians or artists. And if you could separate a human skeleton from the body of a human, does that make it a human? I don't know. Because music theory is the backbone. It's a skeletal structure of what makes a music. So I don't know. Like, is a human without any skeleton still a human? I'm sure. You know, a human is a human. You know, a human is a soul, and then the body. You know, that's cool. That's very cool. You know, but you know. Yeah, that's just what it is. It's just everybody has access to it. Everybody is somebody. Everybody has a stake in it. Everybody has a claimable, you know, portion of music. And so when that happens, the value of what everybody could have is completely worthless. And I'm not trying to say let's try to be exclusive. No, I'm just trying to say, well, what's wrong with having the truth in it? What's wrong with not ignoring the truth in favor of everybody, you know, feeling great? Like, what's wrong with, you know, offending people who are lazy and they don't want to work hard, right? So there are musicians who don't want to work hard to become a musician, but they want the money and the fame that comes with it. What's wrong with saying what's wrong with saying you got to work a little harder to earn that title? Like, what's wrong with that, you know? Anyway. My professors, they practiced, you know, and they've gone to the edge and back. And me too, I practice when I've come to the commission, you know, I've gone to the edge and back. I practice way less than before, but still, you know, I still practice. But who are these people who like just practice without knowing the edge and back and saying that they're greater than somebody like me or even my professors? I've seen my professor, like not all my professors, but I've seen some of my professors being snubbed by, you know, people who didn't even know as much as they did, you know, and I was like, who are you? Like, who are you? But that's how it is, you know. That's how it is for musicians who are just in it for power or for status or for whatever, you know.
whatever it is, other than music, right? They're in it for the status. They're in it for the power. They're in it for not music. So, they look down on the real deals, right? Which I find very, very odd. Anyway, but I find that, oh, no. I find your talks fascinating. They do more than ignoring the truth. They attack its holder. Oh, yeah. Well, then. Yeah. 809RR. Hi. Right. Cool. Well, in any case, like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you. John B says, everybody's human. Well, actually, for really odd reasons, I haven't been treated as a human. But yeah, and then I think I always kind of didn't see myself as a human being either, but it's just I was never treated as a human being. But I think maybe it's because I'm only showing like 20% or here, but maybe when you get to know me deeper, you'll understand everything I say. But right now, I wouldn't expect people to understand what I'm saying. I'm only showing portion of it, so I wouldn't expect people to understand the things that I say, but yeah. so much interesting things in this impromptu. Yeah, I sight read through the Chopin's first impromptu. My favorite's actually the third one, but it has 6 flats. So I don't know if I want to do 6 flats right now. Go, friend. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dopio. Ooh. Hey. What happened? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Hey, Sanchez. Dodgers won last Monday. Really? Today? Oh, yeah. Cool. Dodgers won? Cool. Yeah, it's alright. We're good. We're cool. Yeah, first impromptu of the Chopin. Yeah, absolutely. Hi. No. Yeah, that's okay. We're okay. We're good. Yeah. Ooh. Hey, that's so cute. Inu. Ooh, thank you. Perfect. Hello. Hi. Yeah. My favorite song? Thank you. First impromptu of Chopin. Hi, Sanchez. Hug. Ooh, hi. What's a piece of lost music you're interested in? My philosophy on lost music is that, just like there are no undiscovered geniuses, actually, I take that back. Bach's music was lost for a long time before Mendelssohn revived it. What's a piece of lost music? Well, I don't know if it's lost. A lot of people who don't really know much about theory are obsessed with making a name for themselves, kind of being like, miners. Like, they mine for like rarely heard, rarely played, rediscovering lost treasures, or because that's what gets them back to the spotlight. But they don't know the significance of the music. I've never heard. So I have never heard, right? People rediscovering lost music and telling people how it's structured, how it's different from the standard rep, and what the significance of rediscovering this music is, the value of the music that has been lost. It's always like, oh, you never hear about this composer had this life, that life, it has a feeling of this, but nothing like actual concrete blueprint of the lost music. So I don't really have a favorable opinion on people who just discover lost music. Because sometimes what they rediscover is music that's subpar, It's like they rediscover a lot of I wouldn't call them rubbish. That's too harsh, but it's what Chopin would have called them rubbish. It's what Bach's too nice, but Mozart, right? So for example, Mozart will never be in the same room as these whatever lost, right? So when you think like, oh, what's the lost, whatever, for me, I immediately go to all the composers worth knowing, right? Worth knowing their music, worth having the blueprint. So I always go back to the worth and the value of the music. So in my opinion, I don't think anything is lost, because I think anything that has value, I know of it. So, well, but I know a lot of music, but still, I don't think it's lost. Yeah, that's my opinion. I don't think there's any lost music that's worth the value of knowing. Are there a lot of lost music? Yeah, tons. A ton of music. A ton of music by, let's see, I even have this, right? So, let's see. Famous encores of great pianists, whatever. And then here you have what composers that you've never heard of, I've never heard of. Lewenthal, Raymond, Ramon. It's actually Thal. It's Raymond. Guion, David Guion. Have you heard of them? You know what I'm actually curious about is Philippe Isidore, because Isidore Philippe did a lot of editions for Schirmer, I think. But besides, Levitsky, Misha, I think these are not very unknown. And then there are like famous composers. Volumes of famous composers, right? And all of these are not lost, right? Everybody knows MacDowell, everybody knows Donizetti, everybody knows Dvorak, everybody knows Richard Strauss, everybody knows Glinka, everybody knows Weber, Bizet, Saint-Saëns, Satie, Gluck, Verdi, and Rossini. Everybody knows them. What are their other lost music? I don't know. There's a whole ton of music that's not being played anymore. But I don't know. It's just Gossek. Anybody knows? Who's this? Flage, shoot. Oh, Kirchner. Okay, sure. I don't know if you haven't checked out Kirchner or Massenet recently. I think you should. Maybe, I don't know, check them out. Benjamin Britten. Go check that out. I mean, but I mean, are you familiar with Gottschalk? Go ahead, check that out. Gounod, check that out. Fieldbach, who's that? But yeah, there are a whole ton of people who have been lost, like whole ton. Like, we're not talking just one or two, we're talking millions of people their music has been lost. Millions, but I don't know. Are they worth, especially in our busy society, are they worth, are they worth it? I don't know. Worth is now being arbitrarily decided. So if it's worth it to you, then you could, revisit it. But let's see. Ricardo Drigo. I don't know. Gautier. Fiebig. Let's Germanify that. Victor Herbert we know. Defaya we know. Nevin we don't know. Zero. Shorvenka. Yeah, we don't know. Well, I don't know. Yeah. So, there's too many to even mention. There's so many that has been lost. Jack-o'-lanterns. But yeah, again, my standards are not the same as everyone else's standards, and my thoughts are not the same as everybody else's thoughts. I'm like 1 in a billion, so you're gonna have to ask somebody who thinks like everybody else, I guess. Okay, let's see.
it's very strange. Oh, well, strangely, it's not a bad piece. Strangely. I'm hearing here multiple pieces. First, a ballad, and this is something more modern. I don't know anymore. Yeah, this one, yeah, but the dude clearly knew. The dude clearly knew. Yeah. Directly has find the time to compose music. Absolutely, yes. Yes, right? Reminds me of her sound a few for piano. Ah, yeah. Cool. Ooh. Thanks. Pure therapy. Cool. Ooh. You miss Japan, Sanchez? Ooh. Well, thank you. Well, in any case, it's a nice piece. It is. It's surprisingly a nice piece. Sounds so gothic, no? Would you consider this tonal music? Absolutely tonal, yes. It's not, yeah, this is completely tonal. This is completely tonal. Yeah. He's just using, yeah. There, when you're composing, right? You have to have a mixture of this and a mixture of that. And he knew which portions to mix. But it's not like it's a brilliant piece of music that we can't all live without, It's just surprisingly good. But it's like, would my life be incomplete without it? I doubt that. But it's just a really good piece of music. So, kind of very surprised. I think this is I would hate to talk down on Percy Granger. Let's see. Let's try this. Let's not talk down on Percy Granger. He knew what he was doing. Yeah, well, let's see. What's this? Oh, I like this one. Well, I guess there's nothing. I'll just do. What's this? Oh, I always played this. I guess. I played that like, this is like that. I played that like twice or something. Just cause. Anyway, yeah, that's surprisingly okay. Surprisingly. And then this book has.
Yeah, but you know what would make you know you know what, if I played unknown pieces, that wouldn't benefit you. If you're trying to glean off of me, what would benefit you is if I played the standard rep. If you know the standard rep really well, then you would know that when I play standard rep, it's nothing standard. And then you would know, and then you would have your enlightened moment. So if some people like to some people like to say like, I know a lot of pieces you don't know, and then that gives them like some kind of leverage above. I'm more of an artist, I'm more aware than you, I'm more of a musician than you, I love music more than you. Some people like to do that. But you still can't tell me what the blueprint is. Still can't tell me what the structure is. You still don't know what's going on inside that music. And as long as you don't know the theory behind, the structure behind the lost music or the new music or whichever repertoire you like to flaunt at people, as long as you really don't know the skeletals behind it, you're actually worse than somebody who just knows the standard classics. You're actually worst off. And that's actually not my opinion. It's actually the opinion of one of my world's best teachers. And I agree with him. I agree with his saying that only fools like to pretend to know something when they don't actually know anything. So, and then I've actually seen this happen. Backstage. So like, my professor, my world's best legendary professor, after, he performs backstage, you would see all these people just kind of lined up, just congratulate him and stuff like that. And sometimes, I would be like backstage before everybody else because, either I turned the page for him or either, like whichever way, I was able to just get there faster. I don't know. So I'd be there and then I would just kind of like stand by while he's, saying hi to everybody. And there are people who would be like, they listened, right? So they just listened to one of the greatest pianists that ever lived, right? And then they would go up to him and be like, so, oh yeah, interesting choices of a repertoire that you have there. Have you heard of this composer? Have you heard of this piece? Why don't you think about learning them? And, my professor, this particular professor, had a bit of sass. Because, come on. You just performed over an hour, the best performances anyone could ever witness on earth, right? And there you have it. Some dude wants to look more important, in front of everybody, and want to tell him, want to put my professor at his place by saying, do you know this piece? You should try learning this piece. And then, my professor just be like, no, I don't know. And then, oh, you should try learning this piece. And in my head, I was furious. Because it wasn't that they were just innocently suggesting. There's a time and a place. And this dude was old enough to know that all you had, all he had the right to do was just to be like, I've enjoyed it. Congratulations. You don't stand in a very long line for over an hour, right? So he was standing in a line for over an hour to talk to my professor, congratulate him on an epic recital. And then you don't wait for all that time in the line, and you don't say to my teacher, oh, have you heard of this composer? Like, you don't, like, really, are you really curious as to like if my professor had heard of this composer? And he was like, no. And then he's like, yeah, you should play this piece. So he's now suggesting pieces to play. They're like, you should discover more like, unheard pieces and things like that. And I'm thinking, dude, you're such a hater. So after that, it's like, for me too, after I got to this level, right? Anybody asks me like, oh, what are some pieces you haven't heard? What are some composers you don't know? If people ask me that, I automatically just kind of default to, oh, you're a secret hater. But just because they're jealous doesn't mean I'm jealous of them. So I don't have any feelings, right? But yeah, I automatically default to like that time where, and I was just a student, right? So I was just standing there like, you idiot. Really? You wait an hour? Like if I spent an hour in the line, right? To talk to somebody after concert, I would say, what fingering did you use here? Like something like that, like something beneficial for self, like what was beneficial for him? Like, to be able to say that to my professor, like to be able to say, oh, there's stuff you don't know. I'm going to humble you, put you at your place, I don't know. It's just, I've seen a lot. But yeah, just assume, like, just assume that people at the way top, at the world's best level, have been there and done that. Far more than what you could imagine. Far more than what you could imagine. And we know a lot more far more than you could even comprehend. You don't even know the possibilities of what we know, right? At my level, right? But, once again, I'm 1 in a billion. There's not a lot of me. But, once you get to this point, it's, And the thing is, I remember, did I tell you, I've played Lacey's, yeah. I played this piece, a collection of, and they all just looked at me. I took it to like 2 of my professors, and they all just looked at me like, Christine, why are you wasting your time on this? Like, don't you have better things to do? You're a fantastic pianist. Why are you wasting your time on this? I've played pieces that nobody else played, right? And I was just doing it for fun because I learned pieces like really fast. So, I learned Rock 3, the whole entire concerto at 17 in a month. I learned fast. So then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try to like learn a piece. And I had multiple of my professors questioning me, like, Christine, why are you wasting your time on these pieces? So my advice to everybody is get well versed in music theory. Then you will know the value of music. Then with that value, go ahead and try to discover more pieces. But without the music theory and the fundamentals of understanding music, not all music is created equal. When it comes to music is very hierarchical. There's going to be better music and there's going to be bad music. Not all music is music. Some are just trash. Some are exceptionally brilliant. And so I would say, first things first, check the quality. But how do you check the quality? By popularity? By status of the piece? Who plays what? Are you going to do it, word of mouth? Is that what you're going to do? No. You study your music theory, get literate first. You know how to, the score analysis, get to the score analysis part, and then you start testing the validity of each piece. But say that you never get to that level, right? Then stop asking the world's best, like me, right? Stop asking me, about pieces, just assume Christine knows. And if Christine doesn't know, she could see it at first glance and know right away what it is. And if she didn't know about it, and if she doesn't want to learn about it, then it's not worth it. Because time and time again, her professors have told Christine, the world's best, have told Christine, why are you wasting your time? My professors will tell you, you're wasting your time. Instead of discovering new pieces, you should discover the depth and the structure and the integrity of each piece. And it doesn't matter if you've heard Moonlight Sonata for a million times. It really doesn't matter. You still don't know the piece. You need to know how to analyze the Moonlight Sonata in order for you to say, I understand the piece. You don't know a piece by listening to it a billion times. You know the piece by studying music theory and knowing about the piece. But, that's just the truth. And it's not a very popular truth.
Muskowski. Share. Yeah. Nice. Like, subscribe, membership. Share. You did? Nice. Oh, just a second. Yeah, just a second. Hold on a second. Oh.
Yeah, I studied with Horowitz's student. Rubinstein's student. Do you know Arthur Rubinstein? I studied with Arthur Rubinstein's student. I keep repeating. People keep asking me the same questions. I keep repeating the same answers. It's like one of these days I'm gonna have like a facts Q&A section at my. I'm just gonna have like a screenshot of it and then like post it here. You could just read it. Yeah, I studied with Arthur Rubinstein's student. No, Arthur Rubinstein's student. Yeah. So I'm Arthur Rubinstein's student. I studied with Horowitz's student, Rubinstein's student, Schnabel's student, Giesecke's student. Yeah. So if you know Horowitz, Rubinstein, Schnabel, and Giesecke, they're one of the world's best pianists, legendaries. And they all had star students, and I studied with their students. Yeah. Actually, I knew two of Horowitz's students, and they both gave me lots of compliments. But yeah. So Horowitz's student, Horowitz's student, and then Rubinstein's student, Walter Gizeking's student, and Arthur Schnabel's student. I studied with a record number of historic legendary pianists.
Flat hand posture.
I play with flat hands all the time. The issue isn't about flat hands. It's about something else not being flat. I won't say what, but yeah. The flat hands made complete sense. I play with flat hands all the time. It makes sense. Yeah, you know what's harder than Islamé? It's the Liszt Sonata. Actually, I think I should practice my Liszt Sonata. let's go to and then rock 2. Rock 2 and 3. Okay. You know who I know is a secret, like a frenemy? Is they diminish what I do. It's like a fan. A fan would recognize everything wonderful that I'm doing. So the fact that I could just jump from one piece to another, like all of these pieces, right? All these pieces need constant upkeeping to even play at this level. But I don't constant upkeep. I just do it, right? Which is pretty inhuman. But like I could do that with most of any piece. But you know, I don't need constant upkeeping. I just could do it. But like, you know, like I know that you're a hater because you'll just look at what I'm doing now and then talk about like, oh, the Liszt sonata, or like, oh, the ballade, or oh, this, oh, that. And you wouldn't think of, wow, she just played a ballade number 1, which is technically very difficult, and then she just played a Moszkowski, you know, which is not the, you know, it's not like a non-technical piece, right? So she just played another technical piece, and now she's playing this, and these are all just very technical pieces, and she could just do that without, you know, taking a long break in between, or, you know, practicing these every day for hours and hours and hours. She could just do this, you know, within like an hour, you know, several hours. She could just whip things out, you know. So then, you know, like if you were my fan, you would be seeing all of what I could do, right? But, you know, because you're not my fan. These are, you know, and it's not like I don't know these things, right? It's like if you were my fan and you really liked me, you would concentrate on the things that I'm doing well. And the impossible stuff I'm doing here, you know. But like, yeah. So I'm aware, but I like everybody. I don't have anything against anybody because I don't compete. See, that's why I don't have feelings. I don't compete, but you compete. It's fine. Anyway, like, subscribe to your membership, and yeah, Islamé, yeah, it's a beautiful piece. I think if I learned Islamé, I would learn it for its beauty. But it's a little verbose for what it does. And it is, you know, primarily for showing off. And if I had the time to do that, because my time on the piano is very limited, I don't practice outside of the stream. So yeah, whatever I do on the stream is everything that I do on the piano. So yeah, and I've said this before too. It's like I say a lot of things, nobody remembers, nobody pays attention, nobody understands. But that's okay, because you come back and then you're here. So that's okay. Yeah, but one of these days, I guess, I'll meet somebody who actually understands and remembers. Anyway, this is the Liszt Sonata. It's harder than most pieces. And it's harder for multiple reasons.
just gonna try to touch base with everything. Nice. But really, time for me to go. Enjoy listening to you play this afternoon. See you again next year. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Midge. Yeah, Midge sometimes likes to go for pineapple hunting and taco hunting. Are you going for either of them? Yeah. Cool. Well, I'm gonna try to play the rock tour. And then maybe if I have time, maybe I'll come back and then do that. Okay, hobbitses. Yeah. Love the leaf shell reminds me of the leaf of Oriental leaf as its hobbitses word. Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah. Hobbitses, yeah. Great. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you dance to it, it's dance music. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Pretty beautiful, Christine. Ooh, you dance. Ooh, Sanchez. Hug. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, when you dance to it, everything becomes dance music. your membership. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Hello, hello.
You know, can I tell you something really funny? Actually, if you're here, you just got really lucky. I'm gonna share what my world's best teacher shared with me. So this section would be like a perfect example of it. You know, most people think music is something that you do and that you hear and that you know, this and that and that and that. And you know, I've always said this in all of my streams. But in case you're new and in case you don't remember, just a little reminder. This section, right? So you get a lot of movement and suddenly you get pianissimo and then the orchestra starts in piano. At times like this, is it that you play soft? You know, is it enough that you play softly? And if I ask you this question, probably in this manner, you probably assume, right? The answer is no. The highest level of performance when it regarding, you know, something like this, like in these kind of passages, is that you're not playing soft. It's not playing soft. Same thing with the opening of the second movement and then the second movement in general. The second movement, things like this. You know, honestly, I wish pianists could come and play my piano. If they could make this piano sound the way I can, then I will give them validation. But yeah. But here's the thing. These kind of, soft, there's soft and then there's like soft, right? In those cases, right? Is it that you play soft? You play everything very soft? Is that how you play this? The answer is no. And my world's best historic legends, I was the top student. So there are, they taught a lot of students around the world, and if you study with the world's best, there's a lot of people who study with the world's best, but there aren't as many top students of the world's best. I was a top student for world's best legendary historic legends, and what they have taught me, and I've seen them do this differently, but in essence, when you play a very soft place, you don't play soft. You don't play soft in soft places. And that's going to be the truth. So at places like this, you're not going to play soft. Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Well, I think this is where I'll be leaving off. Yeah, I'll be leaving off right here. Oh yeah. Kind of. It's kind of really nice. Yeah. Well, actually, thank you so much. And it's very nice. It's very nice. Thank you, everybody. Like, subscribe, join membership, and I'll be back. I'll be back, everybody. Yeah, I promise I'll be back. Yeah. It's really hot in here. Okay. Bye, everybody. I'll see you. I'll see you again. Bye bye. 1, 3. What's this say? Huh? What's that? See you. Yeah, I see you. Yeah. I see you. Yeah. I see you, everybody. Like, subscribe, join membership. Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. N-O-I-R-R, yeah. Thank you, thank you. I'll see you. Bye. Bye-bye. Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye. Yeah, I see you. Okay. Bye. I'll see you when I see you. Yeah. Bye. Yeah. Have a great day. Bye. Bye-bye. Yeah. I see you. Bye. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Bye. Oh, sorry. I pressed the wrong button. I thought I was... So this one is an app. The other one is YouTube. So like sometimes I go live from YouTube. Sometimes I go live from the app. And I kept thinking this is the button to end it. But the end button's right here. That's why I kept saying bye. I see you. Okay, well, bye. I'll see you. Yeah, bye. Yeah, for real. I found the right button. Bye. Bye bye. Yeah, bye.